Okay. Hello, hi. Since when was that monitoring through my headset? Oh ho, hee hee, ho ho. Ho ho, hee hee, ha ha. It's echoing? It's echoing for everyone? What? Huh. And all shall look upon her in despair. Why? Every day I discover new and unique ways for OBS to not be working. There's a whole quota and there's a scuff quota, and if they shall not be fulfilled, the stream is invalid. It's like verifying your run in a rando by collecting the one green rupee chest in ALTP. That's not true. There's got to be more than one green rupee chest. You know what I mean. You know the vibe. You'll have to excuse me as I eat delicious shepherd's pie. It's not burned. The other one is partially. Last time we were in Lord Dump City. Oh my god, Mr. Squall. Mr. Squall is sitting so nicely with Megan. That's the trap book. Don't read it. This is the lore book we were reading. I thought you were stable. I thought you were stable, Mr. Microphone. Speaking of scuffed. Oh my god. I'm going to scream. Why did that rotate my camera? Mr. Squall, please. You're not helping. Oh my god, I am so tired. I swear that was angled better. And now it is not. Nevertheless, we persist. The sleepy energy of a Tuesday at almost 7 stream. So I thought we might finish. I already loaded. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We can read the lore dump now. Last time we had achieved Lore Dump City. Persistence is all I ask for. I'll do my best not to eat into the microphone. Oh dear, and I also have to rinse my mouth to read. Okay. We read this part. I didn't realize how much I missed her. She was talking about her friend. I wish she were more interested. It seems like I'm asking all the questions. It's awkward. They were doing tragic, torn apart Yuri moments. No one asks me where I've been, what I've been doing. This hurts, but I understand it. Their beliefs are born out of ignorance and oppression. They're a gentle people, but they've had their nest destroyed, and now they frantically cling to anything that might serve them. But why have they chosen to cling to me? I'm confused. As a child, I always felt out of place here. I never belonged. They misunderstood me, and I couldn't relate to them. But now I'm overwhelmed by an intense feeling that I owe everything to them and to this place. I thought I would never see them again, and yet I'm here. I've been given this second chance. But a second chance at what? Saving them? Saving them? Fulfilling their prophecies? Being their savior? The moiety, Atris would want me to chronicle all that I've learned. I can at least record some of it. It seems that when Atris and I trapped Gan on Riven many years ago, our efforts were witnessed by most of the inhabitants. 2 of the Rivenese even witnessed the confrontation with Gen. We read this part. At the fissure, where I linked back to Myst, and where Atris threw himself into the abyss. Of course, they understood little of what they were seeing, and they somehow were able to guess that we had won. That Gen was no god at all, and only a feeble impostor. A false god, and that we had trapped him here on Riven. I always hoped they would deduce this simple truth, but their further conclusions astonished me. Atris had skipped Gen of his power, therefore Atris must be the true god. As a god, he was chasing me. The spiritual mistress from a Rivenese womb to be his wife. I was transcending into deity and would... Quiet you little timer going on my phone. I was transcending into deity and would lord over Riven forever. Thus, the moiety, as they call themselves, were born a dissident society, sworn enemies of Gen. I did not know their beliefs regarding Atris and myself until 2 days ago. Etty was, for some reason, hesitant to tell me. I can't figure out why. I know she doesn't believe these things. Of course, everyone else assumed that I would be aware of my own god status. We also read this. They sat me down in front of a chamber, acting out everything that happened. I've dreamed of other doctrines. I've learned of other doctrines and beliefs that have evolved, the most disturbing of which is the conviction that one day I would return to Riven to free them. Some believe that I would overthrow Gan. Others believe that I would bring them to paradise. Strange signature that I don't fully understand. I don't know how to deal with this. I fight it myself. I love these people. My only real kindred, but they will not love me as an equal, which hurts me. I would rather be their slave than their master. Over the years, as Gen's power has become greater and greater, the moiety's numbers have grown. And they have become more and more adept at hiding themselves. They now live in a complex network of caves that he still has not discovered. So good. Great work, Mr. Godman, Mr. God figured. The moiety, for the most part, have completely severed their relationship with any of the Rivenese. Any of the Rivenese that chose against joining them, but I hope they've not sacrificed their vital limbs in order to remove the cancer. Even Father and Errant are still on the surface in Gen's domains, and I long to see them. But a dimness shrouds Etty's face for every time I've mentioned them. Since this break took place, they have interfered with the surface in superficial ways, occasionally sabotaging one of Gen's constructions, or stealing food from the villages. They wear strange masks and costumes during their scant forays to the surface. Oh my god, the text is so hard to read, even with my glasses. And take the regalia very seriously, refusing to be seen by anyone outside the moiety. Unless they are properly... Oh, hello! Thank you, Jordan. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the subscribed game. Thank you for stealing money from Jeffrey Bezos. Remember, kids, if you have Amazon Prime and you don't use your Prime sub, you're giving Jeffrey Bezos $2.50 a month. Using that Prime sub takes $2.50 out of Jeffrey Bezos' pocket and puts it in the pocket of a streamer that you love and care about. Oh, what the fuck? Hello, thank you. I didn't realize that was going to be the 10th one. What? 10 of them? That can't be true. Thanks, Jordan. You reached our goal. I thought I had like 3, huh? Maybe that can't be true. Thank you for giving me your real money. I like you. You follow enough streamers that I'm sure you use the Prime somewhere else. I updated my follower goal today, and I was like, wow, I didn't realize I had 81 followers. So sidetracked from this lore dump while I eat. Since the break took place, they've interfered little, blah, 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 serious regalia. They get pleasure out of the fact that those on the surface are frightened to try their costumes. My Prime has lived with one streamer for just over a year, and I think he's about to show up because I just saw a notification of him reposting my post. It was during one of these expeditions that they fortuitously rescued me from one of Gen's guards when I first appeared on the island. That's the same thing that happened to us. I've no doubt he's searching for me. We're getting in real, I gotta summarize because I want to make progress. City. We want Atris here, but we also don't want Atris here. I've witnessed Minage dying, gasping for breath. I ventured to the surface. I'd hoped it would not be as bad as the moiety had reported. It was worse. They have become slowly accustomed to its steady decay, but I was devastated. The lips from which the kiss is wrought has fallen words, will fall cold breath. The womb from which the cry released has suffered hurt, will suffer death. To get to the surface, we had to travel through a complex series of doors and passages. Before the last of these doors, they offered me a weapon, which I accepted, and then a mask. I held the mask in my hands for a while, wondering what sort of terror I might invoke in those members of my family who still live on the surface. But I also knew I must keep my identity hidden from Gen's ever-vigilant eye. But we know she got captured at some point, because we've seen her in the prison. So I accepted it as well. Then, together, we swam a short expanse and emerged out of the surface of the ocean under a rocky overhang. The harsh sunlight made my eyes sting, but the fresh, rich air was exhilarating after these past weeks in the dank caves. The two men with me were silent, communicating only with hand signals. The three of us emerged from a hiding place and made our way to the top of the plateau. At the edge of a thick and overgrown area of forest, there's texting here about every island, I now realize. They stopped, peered through the foliage for a moment, and then turned to me as if waiting my command. But I could not respond. In fact, I found it difficult to move. I was smelling, hearing, and breathing my youth. This swept over me in a matter of seconds. But in seconds more, all feeling was gone. There was numbness. We did not stay long on the surface, but it was long enough to see the worst. Riven, which was once one island, has split apart into 5 distinct pieces about half a mile apart. 4 of these have been claimed by Gen and his exclusive domain. Only his ministers and personal militia are ever allowed access to them. From my vantage point at the edge of the forest, I could see 3 of these islands. They were stripped of their former beauty and are riddled with Gen's self-absorbed constructions. The moiety merely visit these closely guarded places. There is another island which I could not see, as it had evidently crept away to a terrific distance. The moiety are very unclear as to what exists on this island, except for the fact that they know it is where the great tree used to exist. Is the great tree the orb we're hanging out in right now? Is that possible? I don't think it's possible to link to the same island, or to the same age. I don't remember enough about the functions of Myst. The forest is located on the island that the surface dwellers and the moiety still refer to as Riven. But they also still refer to the entire world as Riven. This island is where the village, which has changed dramatically. It is also the one remaining province of the people, though Gen's influence can be seen everywhere. Of course, I know the reason for the fracturing of the islands. The moiety do not. Gen wrote this place, and it will die, as all of Gen's ages eventually do. I feel nothing today. I am nothing. I live in a cave on a dying world, inhabited by people that... they're treating me so strangely. They don't know how to relate to a god. I'm still an outcast here. They whisper amongst themselves, talking of my bravery during my expansion to the surface, how I walked across the island bold and unafraid. They don't know me. Even Etty is uncomfortable around me. At times, there is no awkwardness, and I am only Catherine to her. But at other times, she changed her name. She changed her name when she moved in with Adris. Moved in with Adris is such an inelegant way of saying it. Why couldn't she keep her name with the Denis? There's so much to unpack. But at other times, I am something else. I am afraid. There's such a... I can't tell what that word is. A gallant numbness? That phrasing doesn't make sense. There's such a numbness inside me. Today, I do not feel closeness with my people. Neither am I offended by their worship of me. I do not hate Gan. I don't feel anything. I'm not even sure. At least Nella is still close. I am boiling. Her writing style is crazy evocative. I am boiling. Like, not as a... Boiling here, not as a sudden explosion of heat and energy and movement, but boiling instead as, like, the slow simmering off of every bit of her that, like, she thought she knew and the parts of Riven she cared about as it's fucking falling apart. Gen is making and writing books. I wish they had told me sooner. Atris should have realized this would happen. Of course, Gen would have written all of the materials necessary to the Denis craft of making books into this age, and probably every other age he ever wrote. He's attempting to write his way out of here. We did not imprison him. We only delayed him. This age has become his factory, and the people are his machines. All performing in his mad pursuit to become a god, to carry on his noble Denis cause. So far, he has not been able to produce a fully functional book. Atris has never believed in destiny, but I don't know what else to call it. It's too perfect. It's too much of a coincidence. They hang on my every word, though they do not understand them. I am their hope. And now that I have returned, I owe this to them. There is no choice. I don't think I really need to copy this. That's just showing that there's a steam valve into the rocket ship looking guy. It has been a long time since my last entry. It is hard to recognize, but I have found the Star Fissure. It's located on the island which the Rivenese call Alapo, meaning water pool, but which is referred to by the moiety as Elatuan, meaning pool of stars. Having once allowed Atris to escape this age without leaving an open door behind us, it has since been sealed with a skin of heavy iron. A crude telescope has been mounted over a locked viewport, the combination to which was acquired by the moiety before my arrival. It's been so long I have to relearn how to write numbers. Relearning a number system. 1, 2, 3, 3, 1. In the early days, the moiety seeking an escape from Riven briefly pursued the idea of reopening the fissure. They discovered a small mechanical stop to prevent the scope from hitting the portal window. Ultimately, however, they decided against opening it. Okay, so we could smash... There's a little switch down here. is what she's telling me. We could smash the telescope into the little thingy and break it, probably. We haven't puzzled yet. I'm still reading the lore dump and getting really emotional about the narrative of this girl finally reaching her home and still feeling alienated from it all. What the fuck? How could they do this to me? I was supposed to be reading puzzles and instead I'm on the verge of tears. But they already called it Riven. Did they like... They've always called the island Riven. So what did the villagers mean originally when they called it Riven? The theme of the game is Riven. Sure, correct. There's so many layers. And also, extremely sadly, like, there's probably no world... There's no world where she gets to preserve Riven because it's falling apart. The age is written by Gen. Gen called it his 5th age. And there's a line about how every one of Gen's ages dies. And so Riven's probably not going to be any different. And so far... Oh my god. This is a novel. There's a novel in here. That I don't know. I can't remember Gen's notebook well enough to say if Gen was like really specific. Okay, this is truly too much lore. Yeah, this may come as a shock, but they wrote a book about all this shit. 3 of them. 4 of them? I got immediately fucking grappled. That's coming out of the wrong... There we go. I think... Oh. A way out. I wanted to explore. I wanted to explore the moiety. Okay. All right, so we only have one thread to pull on at this second. Can you die if you, like, try to go over to the moiety proper? Because I just turned around and went straight back to the book to see what was going on behind me. And then immediately got grappled and tossed in the cell and handed a novel. Amazing. Okay, so Starfisher is under the telescope on the first island. I need that button. I need that button. Famous last words from last week, but there's only one plot thread to pull on. The only plot thread we have to pull on is this. It's the Unless there's more text in that novel that gives me more details about what to do. I'd like to believe... I wouldn't put it past them to have actual text that just explicitly lays out the solution to a puzzle that would be hard to figure out otherwise. And I wouldn't begrudge them that as an appreciator of puzzle games. As somebody who's made it a fucking thing to stream this game, I hope it's not in the book. I got what I needed out of that book, which is a more tightly knit emotional connection to Katrin. I wish I had more clearly heard what's clearly Etty. I wish I had clearly heard how Etty pronounced her name. It's this way. It's over here. Down the hill. I noticed that the guy that gets darted just fucking disappears when you reload your game. I guess maybe it disappears when you... maybe it disappears when you leave the island and come back. Okay, so first of all, I want to observe the fissure because it's pretty. Oh yeah, that's go up, that's go down. Well, hang on now. This isn't the most useful thing I could be doing because it will... Opening the fissure isn't that good of an idea other than it's a way out. I clicked load game. Save game. Fissure. The hole is frightening. So I need to remove the mechanical stops. Or just one. Like, this is a lost state, right? This is bad, actually? Hi, Atris. I think I fucked up. I saved before, I promise. I love the sick goggles you brought. Yeah, I fucked up. Somehow, this is much, much worse than the way you can fuck up in the first game. Just getting tossed in a book is not as bad as this.
I don't know what you thought you were doing, but thank you. I finally am free.
This guy sucks. Speaking of being a Myst game where you can die. Okay, so I have to read more of the book. I gotta read more of the novel because I don't know what else I should be doing. Let it be known, I knew it was gonna be a problem to open it. We all know I knew it was a bad idea. Specific credit for Catherine's journal. Shout out to this development team for being like, yeah, there's a whole ass, I don't know how many pages it is, significant length short story in the middle of the game, and you gotta credit the author of that, and then they did. You'd better not try and steal my shepherd's pie, Mr. Tempest. There we go. Can I have a quick load problem, please? No. Control O. Damn it. Like, that's a cool fail state. Don't get me wrong. Atris shows up, says you fucked up immediately. And then everyone dies. Yes, Mr. Tempest. The camera's not set up so that you can be on Tempest, but you can sit and cuddle. I love credits for games with like this size of team where they still get to put stuff like that in and you can like actually read it all. Tempest is eyeing my shepherd's pie. He's thinking about it. So that's it. We beat Riven. We won. Right? We didn't beat Riven. We didn't win. Where were we? Okay, in the early days, they briefly pursued the idea of reopening the fissure. They discovered a mechanical stop to prevent the scope from hitting the window. They decided against opening it. They were correct. I hate to think that what would have happened to them if they had not left it alone. I've instructed them to stay away from it. You ever just read a line of text, stop reading, and then go get everyone killed because you didn't read literally the next line? I hate to think what would have happened to them if they had not left it alone. I've instructed them to stay away from it. I'm almost certain that with its decayed state of the islands, opening the fissure now would be disastrous. It is disastrous. We know now. I've heard that in the days immediately following Gen's confinement on Riven, he attempted to determine the feasibility of navigating the stars beneath the fissure. For he had seen the Myst book fall from Atris's hands into the same space. To this end, he would have people, alleged transgressors of the law, thrown into it, so that he could observe their fate. Okay, so follow me here for a second. At the opening of Myst, you, the player, click on a book that has clearly just fallen into a star fissure. Like, that's the opening thing. It's that iconic shot of Atris falling into the fissure, dropping the book. The player's from Riven. The player is Rivenese too. Like, right? How is the star? But that doesn't make any sense, because otherwise we would know how to count. We would know a bunch of stuff about the setting. I'm trying to explain the gameplay contrivance of the player is present and failing. I immediately connected the dots as to that simply can't be true. Anyways, I need to keep reading so we can make progress. They throw people into it so they can observe their fate. The telescope still stands there. Oh my god, he just fucking watched them from the scope? That's terrible. It's said that they did not die, but what became of them remains a mystery. It appears that the limits of Gen's optics prevented him from learning their fate. Mr. Tempest, why are you like this? My cat is perched on the armrest of my desk chair. The starfield is not as it seems. It is a gentle place, as hospitable to life as a flowing river. This is how Atris explained it after he had fallen into it. But much more than we've never understood, and we were never able to conclude upon its origins. But the visions tell me it was born out of the will of the Maker, perhaps for some greater purpose that we cannot yet understand. I still remember Atris's words from his journal. I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I'd planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse. There must be some greater reason behind it. I neglected to mention it earlier, the unique shape of one of the great daggers which appeared, driving it. During our escape from Riven, the very design that stands vertically at one end of the... I decided how to pronounce that and forgot. The design has been adapted by the moiety as a symbol of their cause. It is a sacred symbol for them. It is a representation of all of their doctrine, and their representation of me. To deface this symbol is sacrilege. They have their own mythical explanation regarding its sign and origins. I haven't told them that I wrote it into the age, along with all the other daggers. It's strange how such a young religion can be so unbending, even to their own god. I've tried to dissuade them of the notion that symbols contain power. Girl, you joined a society where they write books that are magic. Symbols have power, hun. We're almost done the shepherd's pie, I promise. Their enemy uses this paranoia against them. They're fearful of Gen's symbol and are terrorized by the symbol, by his symbolic use of the work. I'm just going to keep calling them tusk whales. You can't change my mind. But they don't want to hear this from me. Perhaps my attempts have even caused some of the younger members of the moiety to doubt that I am Catherine. My mere encounters with those who say they follow Gen have been discouraging. I had hoped to have some communication with the surface villagers, but they always flee from me. But I have heard news of some of the villagers' beliefs regarding Gen. Soon after we trapped Gen on Riven, he claimed that he was responsible for the daggers, placing them around the island as a reminder of their failure. In the village circles, it is told that this was a punitive act performed by Gen to mark the beginning of a period of restitution, at the end of which, if they have proven their devotion to him, they will be delivered unto a new and better existence. I'll continue to try and reach them. The door is open. Gen is free. Gen has the ability to create working books. In fact, he had written one age before I arrived, but he kept this accomplishment so well hidden that only his closest ministers were aware until now. I'm not sure, perhaps he's written others. Other news. A few years ago, before the moiety were forced into hiding, one of them managed to steal what appeared to be a test book that Gen had intended to destroy. It had been partially written, and it did not work. They didn't tell me about it until now because they thought it was useless. Back then, none of Gen's books worked, but instead of correcting the problem at its source, he blamed it on the impure wood of the Riven forest and proceeded to engineer a cumbersome mechanical remedy, a complex series of domes to heal his book's inherent flaws. This guy sucks. One of the consequences of this crude solution, however, was that the domes demanded huge amounts of energy, and the related problems delayed his success for quite some time. At last, however, he finished his work and was finally close to linking to an age, but he kept his success extremely well hidden. For some reason or another, delinquent pride, he has made modifications to the domes, which makes it obvious that he's using the domes to breathe life into his half-dead books. Perhaps he means to lure us into using the books in the domes. He can't believe that we would blindly swallow the suicidal heat. But he wouldn't know that we have one of his books, the stolen, burnt book. There is a possibility of using the book to establish a secret base camp at the secret spooky dome tree. I have read the burnt book. Age it describes would be unsuitable as new home for the moiety. Must be modified. I will dream. Have requested a group. She's turned into Gen here. She's doing the Gen note keeping all of a sudden. Have requested a group to solve combination that will open domes. Once open, we can power the burnt book. How? Tell me how. I need to know. I do not think Gen will interfere. He will have the bait. Have begun writing the moiety's age. Now must acquire second book from Gen. There is tension. A strain blurs my vision and nightmares. Nilla and Etty stay close. Much has happened. Almost everything is prepared. We have stolen another book, but I'm concerned. Gen will miss it. We have also discovered the combinations for entering the domes, but we have not discovered the method for powering them. I'm with you 100%, Catherine. We're on board. We're on the same page. That frightens me. I need to learn how to power the books. By powering one burnt book with Gen's domes, we will be able to link to this age, but we will only have access to the domes for a short time before we're discovered. Therefore, we can only use the domes once. I must find another way to make the books work. The gateway images in Gen's book and our burnt book seem to share the same sickness. If they're not powered, the images are black. It might be possible to clear the vision with only... Okay. Can I understand this drawing? Will write substance into the moiety age. All is ready. Now all we can do is wait for word from the moiety-esque, who are on the lookout for Gen, to power and use the domes. When he does that, we will have access to one of Gen's domes just long enough. So they just... They waited for him to use the domes and then used the dome. That's bothersome for us. After linking to the age which I've written, I only have to locate the book window substance and refine or adapt it. Laying this window over the gateway image should heal the books and make them work. This will allow me to use the second stolen book and return to Riven with more of the book windows. We will no longer have to rely on Gen's clumsy domes. I think we were handed one of those. I laugh at these plans. I sound like Atris. I'm risking my life, but I feel no fear, only anxiety. Perhaps it is the source of my nightmares. The fissure, like a great wound, it opened. It stains the riven soil with blood. I hold the moiety knife. The voices grow so loud. For their part, the moiety have complete faith that I will accomplish my task and lead them to a better world. It is the fulfillment of their prophecy. But they are also fearful and tense. I don't know what they will think or do if I fail. It is done. It seems too good to be true. I feel like it's all still a dream. We've already evacuated all of the moiety to this new age. It's beautiful and I am pleased. At last, my people will live in safety and comfort. They stand under the bare sky, unafraid and dazzled by their freedom. They are happy. They have named it Tay. Just going to write that down so I don't forget it. Tay is a much better name than the spooky tree world. There's still much to be done. We're not protected yet. The only way to completely safeguard this place is to destroy the book which links to here from Riven, but I do not even know how to bring this up to the moiety. They'll be extremely reluctant about destroying their only link to Riven. I share this hesitation. I would be cutting off my only connection, but for their sake, it must be done. I'm anxious to know if our activities have aroused Gen's suspicions. If so, we must act quickly. Even so, I feel that now we are impregnable. Tomorrow I will return to Riven to see Gen's reaction for myself, but tonight I finally rest. We don't have a book window from the cutscene. It would be really useful to have a book window. Give me quickly from my prison. Ella will return your book, which the moiety intercepted from you. It was written by Atris. Gen will desire to use it, although he may have suspicions. If you can find my prison, you will still need the combination to release me. Gen keeps it in his office. Then I assume we are to signal Atris. I think I know how it might be done, but don't signal him before I'm released. Catherine. So this signals Atris. I'd love to get closer to Knife. It kind of leaves me with almost the exact problem of I don't really know what I have left I can interact with. We've barely used the information about we've barely used the island map. That is to say, we haven't used the island map at all. The shape of the knives, really shouldn't be important anymore. We know where they came from. We know they're unrelated to stuff like... We can predict they're unrelated to stuff like powering the domes. Kind of. Gen is using them as a symbol of his power, and he's just conceited enough. He's just conceited enough to keep using them for his own symbols. Ah, heck. What I'm doing at this second is I'm going to go back to the Tay book. And I'm curious if we can, put it in our inventory. So it's pointy fish. Beetle. frog. Plesiosaur. I accidentally clicked on the plesiosaur. Bring him back. And then tusk whale. Can I take it, please? I wanted to take the book window. I could not take the book window. And I suspect if I go back, I will die. Oh yeah, there's nothing I can even do on Tay other than circle back around. Because they've got it pretty well blocked off from the book passage anyways. Somehow I'm supposed to have enough information to use the dome. But it's like so likely that the domes are traps. It's the easiest dome to reach from here. The one on Boiler Island is pretty easy. It's just directly down here. Dome's open. Take me to the dome. Where did I write dome code? Hello, the dev. Bad. Good in the story, the short story we spent almost all of stream so far reading was incredible. Bad in that I don't know what plot threads I have to pull on anymore. Like, hypothetically, if I just sit here long enough, in the narrative, if I just sit here in this dome long enough, Gen will use one of his books to go to the office. And I can then use this book to go to the office at the same time, the same way that the moiety used to power their thing. I actually didn't want to leave yet. I was hoping to click about more in there. So you missed me killing myself and everybody else except for Gan. I did the crash the telescope into the viewport thing. And then I died. And then I went back to reading the short story. Yeah, you talked about getting darted, this being a Myst game where you can die. If you do this too soon, which Catherine does warn you about, she does say don't signal until before she's released. So our goals right now are find Catherine, and get Gen in book. The extra funny thing, you're really going to appreciate this. If you're like, this is designed to fuck over people who aren't reading the lore, actually. If you tab through the book and you only look at these pictures, you see, oh, there's a stop down there and the input code. So I got to here. I read the moiety decided against opening it, and then I closed the book, went back to the telescope, and crashed the telescope into the thing, getting the bad ending. The next sentence, I hate to think what would have happened to them if they did it. The next paragraph is entirely, don't fucking do that. I knew it was a bad idea. I said out loud before I hit the input, let it be known. So we need to find Catherine. Which involves finding the prison. And the prison has a code from his office. We need to trap Gan in a book. Who fucking knows? Profit. The prison is likely on Island E1. Let's... I was really fucking hopeful that we would get the mysterious material they use to fix books, a book window. Or information about how to fuel my own books. The prison is probably on the island behind this. Like the island it's gotta be on that thing. Through process of elimination. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but it probably is on that. Wonder if that tiny distortion in the distance probably isn't. Is the great tree. Can I just like crawl along the tubes? See, where I thought I was gonna go was to go use the scope and look at Catherine's prison again. So the Tetris nonsense. I haven't actually used the information from the Tetris nonsense. I've theorized that the Tetris nonsense should help me find my way to the island that I think the prison is on. There, I have it sketched out. Go here. That's the hole. This pipe goes out to it. I've followed this thread and established that this is that pipe, haven't I? The pipe to the left of this door. Yeah, fuck. So I have actually used this information because I was... It's just showing that that dome is powered. But the map doesn't... I don't like that the map shows one square of an island, and there is literally an island over there. With absolutely zero clear access to it. Like, it kind of looks like there's a dock down there. Maybe a little structure. No, you don't want that closed. Are there any context cues I can use from the viewport that shows us the prison to figure out how to get to the prison? It's on Map Island, which is past Boiler Island. I know I've unlocked some faster ways to get around, but the way everything is arranged in my head still uses the core transport methods. Yeah, wait, I do want the back door from the lab. Because back door is the roller coaster. I forgot to hit the button for the roller coaster. I'm Boo Boo the Fool. Can I put this book in my inventory? Can I place the window they didn't give me on this book? Why didn't they give me a window? It would have made my task so much easier. I don't get it. Alternatively, why can't I steal the window from the Tay book? Underwater is this way? Yes. I love your bespoke animations. My patience grows thin. My ability to understand when I'm being asked of grows thin too, sadly. Fucking speed misting now. Clicking through, finger on the escape button. I didn't have to go through this with Myst because I had, like, you have that such a clear goal of go to every age, find a page for the red or blue book. I may have overlooked a lever. Catherine has a nice basket of goods. Hopefully she's being treated properly as a prisoner, something I doubt is actually happening. It's definitely possible that I've just overlooked a lever. Sorry, let me adjust my camera for a moment. Trying to think of places I've been with conspicuous stuff that I haven't interacted with. I'm pretty sure I attempted every door in the Pentagon thingy. Is there something you can hold down? You know, come to think of it, I don't know that any item in Riven has been interactable the way the number wheels were interactable. I think everything I've discovered so far has been some kind of binary state interaction. I'm glad the vibes come through. The pause of, oh, that's what this shit is. I'm extremely tempted to say that this is definitely... It was a fuck this game, but it was a fuck this game / positive. The I like it when a puzzle game kicks my teeth in. This game rules. Fuck this game. Yes, yes. Ring your alarm. Have I failed to interact with anything? Like, no, I haven't. I've done this several times already. I've gone back to the dome. Gone back in. Looked at the stupid books. I think I've looked at every... One of his stupid office age books. No, I... Clicking too fast. Fuck it. Maybe I do have to go hold the lever in the boiler chamber. I don't know. But it always puts you into a bespoke animation. Every single... Why is this one unskippable? Like, every interact puts you into that waiting for happening state. I've been reduced to clicking madly around any relevant screen. Hello, welcome again. I read the short and then eventually long story. And that's about all we've done today. I guess I have also triggered the bad ending. I have done the you fuck up horribly forever. I've caused that to happen. I definitely did struggle. Oh, bad plus is the guards dart you. I love that there's multiple ways to fuck up and die. Okay. Like, it could be that I haven't used this from the rotating pentagon room. It could be that I have to interact with a lever differently in the fire marble room. Those are my only two theories at the moment. Like, this is the only screen in the game with pick it up and put it down type interaction. I cannot grab a second fire marble, no matter how hard I try. You know what I've never tried to do? The domes are a trap, right? Like, I think you're right. Like, if I do this, if this worked, for one, they're like frog traps. Oh my god, you're right. Those might be the traps that they're using to pull up food. This whole time, since the first time I saw that, I've been thinking to myself, oh, it's some kind of a contraption to explode a little gunpowder pellet. And then I read in his journal that he's experimenting with fire marbles. And I was like, oh, the pellets from the thingy. I gotta test anyways. I gotta see. I gotta know. My hubris is not rewarded. I briefly, I had a moment of hope. I thought to myself, oh, I've never interacted with it this way. And my dreams are crushed. But why? Does this diary also mention... like... oh, you're probably right. They're not fire marbles? What are the fire marbles then? Why can't I see them? Because the diary both talks about what I thought those were the thingies he's learned how to use to power his bullshit. But this does also talk about them pulling up traps. Yeah, the dome is the central. Oh, this is the... God damn it. This stupid little sketch. Apologies for knocking my camera around. The sketch that I couldn't understand, that's a picture of the book window. The book window crystal. The domes are steam powered. That's just a fact I know now. That I have fully established. Because of all of the steam shit on this island. That's not exactly what I was hoping would happen, frankly. You're a full convert? You think those are the fire marbles now? Oh, the notebook thing. Sorry, I didn't see the chat for a sec. I had tried to do this for using my drawing tablet. My old as fuck Surface tablet for Silent Hill. And I was never happy with how I could get Windows to capture it. I've looked at this lever before, I promise. It's just the lever that lowers this. The button for the walkway, is back here. So this walkway leads around to the Pentagon room. And under this walkway right here, if we... Are you going for a walk, Mr. Tempest? If we circle all the way down, this is the... We're under that little walkway thingy right now. Yeah. So you can use the mechanism to sneak down here. And I don't remember what I learned down here because that was 2 streams ago. Oh, it's dome access. It's Dome Depot. It's Oops All Dome. All domes, 50% off. I'm pretty sure. So the other state you can reach this point in has this section of the walkway here, so that when you press the button, it just brings you up and closes the walkway. Oh, I almost said it's good. It's still good that you pointed out that lever because I came here before and used the lever and forgot to use the lever. But I did use the lever before the very first time I was here. You need all the steam on to get it down. Because you can find this walkway really early with very little information. And then you just get fucking hard-walled. So this is Pentagram Room. That is button 4 Pentagram. This is the walkway that also leads to Pentagram. Oh, nice. What kind of stock did you use? Okay, never mind. Have a good sleep. And a good day at work tomorrow. Assuming you have a shift. Excellent. I await with bated breath details about your delicious ramen dish. And I hope you sleep well. My logic at this second is if I missed something here, why can I look up here and not over there? Okay, the button's inactive when it's not in a state where you can... That truly is just fast travel. Okay, so this one, you're not allowed to look up at the dome. The dome is not interesting enough from this side. This side, the dome is interesting enough to look at, to get that glare on the camera lens. This side, the dome is not interesting enough. But the walkway in looks conspicuous. The walkway in looks like stairwell. No, it looks nailed down, actually. Very bothersome that you can't skip this. Okay, leave that for a sec. Finish your systematic investigation of the exterior of all of these walkways. It is clearly not as simple as like it kind of looks like this staircase with the hinging archway is a way up into the dome proper. But I've tried it multiple times. And you can't interact with the lever from that perspective. And you can't traverse up the ramp once you've made it. The Tetris Pentagon is a like my theory, because that wheel. Yes, this wheel is this shortcut. And I feel like I've all but confirmed this theory. The Tetris shapes correspond to each of the islands, because on the map island, you can do that little extrusion thingy. So this is the island that exists at E1, the tiny square. The 4 in that shape is the dome island we're on. 4 in that shape is not the village island. This is Boiler Island. That's Map Island. And that's a village. And the spokes on it are the pipes around the central power core / whatever this station is. The gold corresponds to the exits that are at 12, 3, and 6 on the clock. And the gap in the gold is this gap that's here when you arrive. My next thing to go poke at is this pentagram. Because my map of it is actually not all that good, and it's possible that I just straight up missed a passageway off of this thing. I almost choked on shepherd's pie. Apologies. Uh-huh. Did I miss something really obvious? Or was it just a really unpleasant noise? We gotta share today, Nick. We gotta share choking on Ball Guy's meat. So from each entrance, there are 2 available exits because of the shape of the room. If we are currently at Dome, and I want to call this, I think there's only one, that might be another path into Dome. There's 2 paths into Dome, right? Yeah. So this is Dome long. And this is Dome short. He kind of does. So from Dome long position, domes are 75% of the law. I'm standing at Dome long right now. And this is First Island. And this is actually the state that this is in when you arrive at it. So if I move it 2 steps, this gets us to dorm short, which makes sense. This is on the equator of Dome. Yeah, fucked up lock path is down here. Fucked up lock path is 1 position to the right of First Island. No, I want to go under. I would like to descend. I said I would like to descend. Thank you very much. I need to rotate it to use that, though. So we care about not this state. Because right now it's connecting the path that I don't have marked and Dome long. Now it's connecting Dome short and lock. Now it's connecting First Island and Dome long. It never connects, right? Actually, I need to stand at a different entrance. I need to go stand at the Dome short entrance. I'm at Dome short. It looks different. The vibe is so different when you're looking at it the different direction. My map is fucked up somehow. No, it is different. It is actually different. There's 2 short Dome entrances. Because there's one where the Dome button is on your left and one where your Dome button is on the right. Right? I'm not losing it? Right? I think I'm losing it. I've completely lost the plot at this point, it feels. And if I had my camera pointed correctly, you could see my terrible map of it. I'm pretty sure I messed up my points on this map. And I'm pretty sure we want the position right now. We're like this, and so if you are at position A, you can reach the position 2 ahead of your position at all times. And also the position 2 behind, because this is +2 and this is -2, which is the same on a circle. So position D can access A and B. If my map is correct, we're going to call A the first island. We're at the first island. This is the room. You approach at it. This is the way you look at it from the first time, from the first perspective. And it connects to the dome at position C. The other viable doorway from here opens to also the dome. And this should open to position B, because 2 to the left is... I have to wait. Every 2 cycles gets you to the next in the cycle. And if you do this 5 times, you'll see every exit. But I'm pretty sure this either takes me to the locked side. Yes, one of my assumptions was wrong. That's fine. That's fine. It's okay. It's the steam valve for the rocket. I have been here already, because I needed to do this to trigger the bad ending. No, steam valve for rocket, lock, main island, dome. Oh, so yeah, this is dome. My maps are written wrong, but the 5 exits are steam valve, dome, dome. Steam valve, dome, dome, and island. And lock. So that was another detour that wasn't all that helpful. I had really thought that like a mastery knowledge over how this island was oriented and a mastery of the number of connections around this platform, because I have every connection open. I thought that this level of spatial mastery would let me get to the center to activate the books. I don't I don't even know if I know what I don't know. I'm extremely lost. I was really banking on reaching the moiety, getting me something useful. So this diagram, the books share the same sickness. If not powered, the images are black. Clear the vision. Like the moiety prison, I did go back and it didn't re-trigger the go to prison event. There, all I achieved on Tay. Yes, the only thing I achieved on Tay was reading Catherine's diary and coming back to Riven. You know, wow, would you look at that? We're back at Tay and we're back in the prison. We read all of the dialogue just now. Hello, more cutscene. Maybe I can closely listen to how she pronounces Catherine's name. No, that's Katerina's girlfriend. I guess ex-girlfriend, because it doesn't seem like she's tried to rekindle anything. Okay, they're childhood friends. I knew her name and I forgot it. It doesn't matter. It's corollary to the problem we're facing. What if I just don't leave? Perhaps, instead of immediately leaving. Because I did come back to Tay. I, like, circled around, couldn't interact with anything. Tried to take the book window, couldn't take the book window. Such a strange way to sit down, Myst person. Why did they make multiple bespoke FMV captures? Tempest is trying to steal my sweets from Japan. Oh, we can look at him again. One of my coworkers just got back from visiting family in Japan, and she brought treats for everybody. So I have bitter gourd, bitter melon, maybe. The actual text says bitter gourd and sesame. And I'm going to share them with Megan as dessert. No, Tempest, you can't have my last bite of shepherd's pie. I'm going puzzle mode. You also can't have my pen. Okay, well, I gotta finish this pie. You really can't have panel liner. This isn't for kiddies. Sit nicely, Mr. Man. So the other... Three is frog. My notes for this are terrible. Frog. Plesiosaur. That's not a plesiosaur, that's a beluga whale. Okay, we opened up the creepy wet book again. So, if I'm in this situation with physical hands in the world, I'm picking up the book and taking it with me. If not that, I'm picking up the fucking glass and putting it in my pockets. But I can't. Why can't I pick up the glass and put it in my pockets, Riven? It's like a nice, usable glass. The girl who let me out of prison just, like, held it in her bare hands. I almost said raw fingers. wearing... What does that mean? What? There's lore I'm missing. Did we clear Hell Temple? No pockets. But where am I carrying these books then, Abe? We cannot go back to prison. We cannot look around. They're folded over the straps. Can only carry books. Too encumbered with books to carry book window. Katerina couldn't leave me a fucking book window. So this is describing lensing the light through the material that she eventually turns into the book windows. Oh yeah, this is a drawing of Atris falling in. I write quickly from my prison. Nella will return your book, which the moiety intercepted upon your arrival. So that's the trapping book that she's talking about there. Because when we showed up, we fell into the entry trap that Gen set up. And then the guy got darted, and the moiety person picked up the book and walked away with it. So we achieved getting the book to trap Gen in. Like, this was useful. Just in a pure game state sense, this was useful. I can't tell how to interact with Gen to get him to use this fucking book. I gotta put this bowl away. I've got a cat who's gonna try and eat it. So to get her out, yes, I do think that's right, is like freeing Catherine is pretty much endgame state. Once we free Catherine, we can signal Atris and life is good. We can signal Atris by destroying the telescope lens. We can't put the books from the domes in our inventory. We can't hang those over our bikini straps. We can't put the book from the boiler in his lab over our bikini straps. So we can't take any of the books out of their locations. The lab doesn't seem like I haven't used this book, but this is the Gen trap, right? Huh? That doesn't seem to have helped.
Forgive me. I don't believe we've met.
No, we haven't, Gen.
You must be the one whom Atris sent to trap me. I don't know where you got the brilliant idea to trap yourself in the book, but I must tell you,
Oh, tragic.
it is you and not Atris who must now pay the price for this foolishness.
Tragic and upsetting.
My one wish before I die would be to see him finally assume some responsibility for his actions. Perhaps it will happen one day.
In the meantime, have another bad ending. At least the trip is good right at the end. Okay. Gen explicitly called me out for trapping myself in the book. That doesn't help. Fuck. I have the ability to find 2 separate bad endings. And we might as well show off this kitty. I might as well show off the boy. I theorize that the prison is on the island you can see from Big Dome Island. I haven't gone through any of the Dome books. I don't know how to use them. None of them are interactable. I'm very upset about those stupid Dome books. Yeah, they have to have power. This is true. The note said they have to have power, yeah. I'm quite lost on how to power them because I figured that I move the camera to show off the cat and then he crawls further onto my desk. Yes, steam power for the books. Sorry. Has my boiler been off the whole time? And I can use the steam boiler on Boiler Island to transmit power? I don't know what engine. Like I think I've missed something fundamental. So when we say the engine, yeah, I I thought you meant that you had messaged me like a hint guide or something. Gabe Newell is never the answer. Okay, so if I go down to a dome, why are my domes not powered? That is not go down to a dome. The pipe from the dome leads into this thing. Does the power come from the boiler? Genuine question. Does the power for the central guy somehow come from the boiler on the boiler room island with the lab? Like, this thing being off is my problem. I put this thing in the wrong state 9 hours ago. Close, down, descend, dome, access, fucking buttons. 23, 21, 14, 12, 5. Sorry, I'm getting a little heated. If I am snappy, it is my frustration with the game, not about your hints. You're doing a very good job of pushing me without like spoiling the answers, and I like that. I just think you deserve to be, for me to point it out that the attitude coming across is not directed at you. Even if I'm gonna cry. It's like that button, that lever reroutes the steam. You are helping. The button, the switch I just pulled, I'm pretty sure reroutes the steam into this. And so the possibility that it doesn't. Tempest, what are you swinging your paw at? Okay. Ignoring that strange feline beside me. So this valve should not affect it. This valve drains all the water. No, it doesn't. Sorry, I immediately looked away. Okay, so this lever on the side is the flames. We definitely need the flames on. This, to me, reads like it's going to indicate the power state. So there's a float valve in these in the water empty state. Yeah, inside the boiler, I've been inside the boiler and I crawled through the big pipe that took me into Gen's lab. That is the only thing I actually did in the boiler. At this second, I'm just trying to drain the tank, which wouldn't actually be all that useful. And I can't even remember how to do that. I should have written down... This is the second time I've said this. I should have written down what the interactions do. Feed and protect your Gomamon. I didn't think I could come in here when it was wet. Okay. The steam valve is now pointed at the boiler. I want the platform upstate, I think. I don't think it doesn't make sense that the platform state would affect. Yeah, the platform state shouldn't affect whether or not power gets to... This big pipe is the one you can travel through. That big pipe is the one with power from Big Dome to Little Domes. Okay. I hope it's a tasty one. Let's go back to the lab. The lab has the most relevant perspective on the operation of Gen's books in the domes. This note is a hint about where the eye is with the fish clue. This looks like one of the water orbs from Witch Hat Atelier. It is a teapot. Gen's diary overviews his extremely long time on the island. Really the back half of it, because it starts not being able to write books, but he's already been trying. This is him talking about being a lazy bitch who shreds up the books when he's done, destroys them when he's finished. The lab gets hot from the flames of failed attempts. The lab gets hot when he's burning up the books. And he whines about not having access to Denis. Mr. Tempest wants to use the linking book of my notebook. He wants to go to Myst. Gen also comes to the idea that it's a habitable space. Opening it is bad. The system is successful. The construction is true to Denis designs. This is an illustration. This is an illustration of steam power. He wants to be engaged and involved, but the engagement he wants right now is pawing at the screen. He's trying to tap at the binder rings of this notebook. We have steam coming up into a dome type thing. This is a similar illustration to one of them. At least I thought I was. This just says power from underground, go up to tubes. Tubes have valves that send power to dome. This seems to be chamber under big dome is source of power. Big dome is connected via little pipes to little domes. The only plot thread that puts me onto is I missed a tiny lever somewhere that sends power from the big dome, and the power is actually secretly always on. And maybe I am overthinking it. She said full of hope and wonder. But I don't want to leave this yet because I want to make sure I left it in a state where I think... I have no idea, actually. It seems way too spurious. This seems unrelated to the puzzle of books. Wood chipper. Boiler platform. Fan? He's about to come back for another. Tempest knows I have a camera. That's okay. It was so viable. It was such a good solution that I'm like, oh, you're right. It has to be this. It matches so many of the clues. Mr. Policeman. I haven't interacted with... Oh, no, the pipe doesn't take you to the lab. The pipe takes you to... The pipe is part of getting to the lab. Pipe is getting to the outside of the lab. And then you need to mess with the steam to turn off the fan. If I had a book window, I could use this. Like, it feels like a really important object to just be sitting here. But I can't put it in my prison pocket. I talked a really big game about not spending another 3 hours to get next to nothing done. This is all bookbinding gear. Oh, this is just... Like, there is a purpose to this magnifying glass in the narrative. He's looking at the age of the tree, the age and quality of the tree that he's making into the pulp, that he's making into the pages to write on, to try and make successful books. And this is a book clamp for clamping books closed while the binding dries. This table has the frog trap. It's definitely a frog trap because he has frog samples with the frog trap. These are probably frog eggs, frags, if you will. And I don't know what he's distilling here, but he's distilling something.
Amateur egg!
A poisonous frode. You're right. He's distilling the poison out of frogs into the cartridges that he makes into the darts that he uses to kill you. We've solved the puzzle of what is this bullshit. This is some kind of a lamp. Which proves, like, so decisively that this is a fucking frog trap. This is an astrolabe that I can't seem to interact with. This is the pipe that comes out from over the frog trap pit. I can't look below the boiler. I can't look above the boiler. If I was relevant information, I've already flipped through this just now. And just destroy it. Amazing. I think, like, I know I've been through the pipe, because the pipe is turn off the fan, climb up above the frog trap, get in the lab. If I turn the steam off, that fan would be back on. This walkway. I'm sorry, Egg. It's still gonna be the old one because of the weird mobile strangeness. You gotta scroll down and do it manually until you've used it more. Also, this is the bastard causing more problems today. This is just the rocket platform over to Map Island. Oh, you heard him. Amazing. They can hear you. I turn around and tell Squall they can hear you. There's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with what I just did. Tempest wants the pen. Tempest wants to rub his entire body across the camera. Look, Tempest, writing implement. Look at this. Look at this. Okay. This confirms my suspicion. Primary dome is easily accessed over here. Like, it's not, I'm fairly unclear on how, where the prison is. I'm really unclear on where the prison is. Getting to the center of the dome is a big thing I haven't solved yet. My running, I don't know if I've said this out loud on stream, but my belief is that if I get to the center of this, there will be ways to route power to each of the mini domes. The two main beliefs I've had about how to get there were, for one, seeing this from a distance, it looked like I could climb up over and down, but that hasn't been working for me. The other theory I've had is there is a linking book to and from his office, to and from the office age, that gets you to the center of the dome. But there has to be a way to the center of the dome because he built the dome before he had his office. Please share. Yes. Super, super long bridge. Yep, you're right that it goes to boiler. This one. Huh. And you can't, if I could see a super long bridge from you can't see it from the fissure, so it's probably not just the bad ending. Hey, sir, you need to stop biting that. Thank you, Mr. Tempest. I have not rotated the big golden dome. I have not rotated it. I haven't had it does give rotating vibes. A blind and drunk oracle who can't quite keep track of the physical space. Because I keep clicking around it so fast and you navigated it in VR. Not that you're drunk, but the visions are a little bit drunk and a little bit fuzzy because it's so hard to keep track of where stuff is. Steam valve for this bridge. Steam valve for the same bridge. Now that the bridge is down, this is spurious. This can't be related. This cannot be relevant. So now the steam in the system isn't going to that. Which, if the puzzle design is that Yeah, it's actually just getting vented. It's only useless. It's only bad to do that. I mean, it's not... It's just not relevant. It looks like the top of the dome rotates. I've never been in a state where I was, like, in line with the top of the dome. I had hoped that this button that takes you to the viewing... It doesn't? Oh, what? That's not what I expected. Maybe I discarded... I've wanted this thing to rotate since I arrived. Okay, the stop is in. The telescope is shaped like that. Oh, this is probably the physical spot where Atris threw himself in the ravine. Yeah, because there's like the metal plate covering it. This is definitely the place where Atris fell in. This is the steam pipe that fuels the Razy-Lowry device. And I've looked at every position of this. If this was Myst, the prequel to Riven, I would be setting the telescope to different heights and recording some information from each position as a input of some kind for a puzzle. But this is Riven, the sequel to Myst, which doesn't feel like it has that many of that kind of puzzle. If there is information in this image, I don't know how to extract it. And I don't know how to correlate that information to anything helpful. They're just really pretty pictures. They really said that throwaway thing. They probably had actually fully thought about it. They had already considered a bunch about the Fisher during the last game, because they talked about Atris needing to go deal with something and coming back and having left a problem. Okay. I want in the dome. I want into the office. I need to get... I strongly suspect I need to get into the dome to reach the office, because the dome is the central power source for the little domes. Yes, the weird church is down. Actually, I'm literally at... No, I'm not. The weird church where you can get visions of Gen's face somewhat randomly, or maybe the first time you visit. Oh, I'd have to fuck around with the Pentagon room, I think. The weird church has this thingy, which is the chair you sit in to deliver visions. And a button to open the gate because the gate is closed by default when you enter the game for the first time. It's got statues of the tusk whales. It's got lamps. I've clicked about this room pretty furiously while I was trying to figure out the animal puzzle. The note from Katerina makes it very clear that we need the code from the office to progress when we find her anyways. Which, like, all roads lead back to Dome. Oh, they put a tiny knife in it. They put a tiny knife in the trap. I can't interact with Big Knife. Big Knife was the other thing I thought about interacting with from the journal. Katerina's diary doesn't make it any more clear about how to get to the center. Gen's diary doesn't make it any more clear about how to get to the center. Hey, sir. Mr. Kitty Cat. Tempest is hungry because it's close enough to dinner. Okay. The point I've reached. Most of Riven's... the point I've reached is I Google searched Riven puzzle hints. And there's this nice looking website called mystjourney.com. Since most of Riven's puzzles are based on exploration, there are only a few direct solutions. Other change randomly each time the game is played, so they have to be discovered during gameplay. Probably the order of the animals, for example. What are the totems for? What do I do in the room with the stones? Why is it so dark in the tunnel? Oh, there's a Riven 97 section. Sweet. What marble grid? missed something really fundamental, I think. How do I get through the wooden gate? Check the entrance carefully from top to bottom. There's... I'm missing something really obvious. How get to... No, because that's just going to get me the answer. Okay, based off of the... It's... Because, like, this... So the hint on this hints website talks about a large lever on your left, which is this probably. So the dots I can connect is that this lever is vital to repositioning the dome. Slash, like, whatever I need to do to the dome. It's to the left, like, from the entrance. It is my right, like, when I spin around and touch it. Is there a large lever to the left at any of the entrances? And, like, the annoying thing about this the hints is that it assumes you entered it from one way, but there's multiple ways that could be your first entrance to the dome. I could conceive of, like, pulling a lever, changing the state of the dome, and, like, it closes off the outsides and opens up the path to the center. That's the most logical thing to me with the information I'm looking at. The hint website just says you need to turn... So, yeah, you need to do something to power that lever. Notice that there are 5 pipes leading to the center. The number 5 keeps showing up in Riven, doesn't it? extremely based on the fact that this lever does nothing right now. Yes, we need to power this lever. And I'm pretty sure that that lever has nothing to do with... Like, it's not like that lever opens up this doorway. Game was not designed to be played in a 3-week period. I've done this to myself partially. Maybe there's some... that doesn't make any sense. I'm not even going to say that. I'm not even going to dignify that thought with an utterance. Well, I could go feed my cat. It is time to feed him. I don't know what that means. The chart does talk about it. Do you mean the marble grid? Do you mean the like the map? I haven't used the map island like to do anything meaningful. This is like a really inconvenient. It has 6 color marbles. Yeah, I've never seen that. I swear I've been really thorough about investigating Big Dome Island. I was already really thorough about investigating Big Dome Island when I was trying to find the animals. It's even bigger dumb island than last time. This takes me to Map Island. If I press button. Going to Map Island isn't actually going to do anything for me. If the problem is... There are 5 big pipes leading to the thing. The hint guide implies that you have to do something. I'm pretty confident I've tried this already. Not today, but I've definitely tried activating... The map doesn't... Yeah, the extruding maps don't select... select the L... The only information I can extract from these is... Like, these Tetris blocks are on the, Central Dome map thingy. The only information on the Tetris blocks is the positions of the mini domes that I can think of. But I don't, like, it does, I'm going to extract all of the information from these that I can. I've forgotten how to leave. I have to hide it, and now I can leave. There we go. I just have to click. Like, it would be useful to mark on my little grid of the island where all the domes are, but I don't know where to use that information. Yeah, the red, orange. I have a tiny little guide to the colors here. Gen's diary talked about it, and then if you go underwater down here, you can learn what the matchings are. I've already looked at that one. How am I supposed to know? Oh, yeah, that's it. That's it there. I'm pretty sure that's the hole that the dome is in. That's Big Dumb Island. Or no, this is not Big Dumb Island. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Island of Riven. That was rude. I shouldn't have been rude to you, Riven. I'm frustrated at Riven the game. Riven the island is nice. The people there don't deserve what's happened to them. It's in the forest. There it is. That one. Big Dumb Island. And there's only one position on the grid that this guy could be because he's only one thing. Using this map doesn't power the domes. Uh-huh. Did the inspiration strike? No, I have not been on top of the dome. That's like the whole thing is I don't know how to get I've been clicking around everywhere I can around the dome that I know, everywhere I can think of at least, and I've forgotten how to leave. Button. Yeah, I used them. I thought. I've... Okay. Apparently I left the Steam shut off. So... if I travel down... one of the raising bridges, the one from the Pentagon room, is a staircase. And I... So... did I go turn off the power? Yeah, this obviously connects up there now that you've said that. I was right when I said it's attached to this side. I was wrong about how relevant it was. I want to be under this because at some point I turned off that thing. Okay. You are sending steam to that arch. That one. You are off right now. So I would have done this correctly a lot earlier, but I made a really bad assumption and didn't undo my work. At some point, I had turned off the steam to the archway ones, and I never turned it back on to the useful archway one. We got there. We made it. Oh, I have to rotate it. Egg says hi, Megan.
Hi.
Megan says hi. Megan wants to go to bed. Oh, she says no, she doesn't want to go to bed. Oh, sure.
Well, that is my fault. Why is my fault? I thought it was a good idea to have 2 bowls of soup, 2 plates of salad, and 5 breadsticks for lunch.
Megan ate too much Calories? No, it's not that calories matter. Bread. We've finally made progress, Jordan. Carbs, thank you. Abe had to it was like pulling teeth. Abe had to look it up.
I don't think she made progress because she's a stubborn bitch.
I am quite stubborn.
I like you.
Okay, so I pulled the lever that would have done this, but I didn't put the world in a state where this would have happened. Hello, mister. Don't give him back. He's just gonna climb under the door is my favorite puzzle solution in this game.
I'm a problem.
He's just gonna climb on my desk again.
Yeah, but he's cute and your public loves him.
Oh my god. I'm still missing information. We found the famous marble grid. This shit sucks. Yeah, you're right, Jordan. This is the map island. I don't know how to... Oh my god, you're right. The information is all the page, Mr. Policeman. Assuming that... So, 1 is Tiny Island. The minor problem is how precise does this have to be? 2 is... Orange is this island. Is this piece of the grid. And I put the dot in the center, so we're just going to go there. 3 is Map Island, which is yellow, which is thereabouts. 4 is green, which is somewheres up here. 5 Central Dome? It basically must be Indigo Violet is the Central Dome. I don't want to go back to the map island. It's so far away. I thought I had been so diligent with my note-taking. Map island. Okay. I'm gonna feed these cats. It is past their dinner time. They have been quite good, despite the everything. I will be right back. We're gonna input the marble puzzle before I go to bed. Okay, we're back at the computer. We're still on Big Dumb Island, so while I was watching the cats eat, I had a realization. And the level of precision this requires of me, it will be important to map this out really well. Each grid is 5 by 5. It's 25 by 25. It's a good thing this dot notebook is 26 dots wide. I guess I could write it in XY notation, you're right. But this is more fun. Why use a tried and true cartographical method when you can instead draw a little map? I had forgotten that detail. That's super cute. And like, now I want to know what Junpei's notes look like. Surely, that's so cool. Like, you know, Akane is just putting like stupid doodles all over it. Obviously. Yeah, somebody's telling her to jot down the number that's the solution to this puzzle, and she's just fucking doodling random shit. And then later on, somebody asks her for the number, and she still knows it because reasons. Okay, from the state I'm in, I don't want to change. I don't want to fuck with the spinning room. Yeah. Okay, take me to the next one, and then take me to the map island. This was not the most efficient route, but the world state is such that I don't want to be spinning around the Pentagon room. If If I spin around the Pentagon room, I have to spin around the Pentagon room again to get back there. And I don't wanna. I said he's my mother. Season 1 of Parks and Rec is such a weird show. Like it's not funny, but it's so dry. Oh my god, there's grid lines on the mini grid. The whole... They did make it easy on me. The developers of Riven, the sequel to Myst. They do care. The developers of Riven, the sequel to Myst, want you to succeed. They gave us all the clues. Thank you. Now I'm picturing the dumb little snowman from the dumb little... the dumb little snowman from the snowman titular in a little dress. Yeah? Uh-huh. Yeah. And the rotation is back now. We're this way now. My grid point... I think I'm confident. It is worth double checking because I don't want to do the corpse run again. I mean, the puzzle run again. It's definitely here. Why? Huh. I don't know how I did that. The point wasn't accurate, you're right. Okay, so Big Dom Island exists. Pretty sure that's the point. It's like across the big dome is across the strata of these two blocks. I thought I wasn't gonna sketch this stuff out, but I actually am. It really helps me picture where I'm about to put this point on the grid. Big dome. There is a little dome too. It's this point. It's actually gotta be this point. Yeah, this is the little dome that you can access from the Pentagon room. I'm starting to discard my theory about the violet marble. My theory about the violet marble being so many hours on Riven. She's so thirsty. Big Dumb Island is straddling this border 2 squares out. This is Big Dumb Dome. That worries me about Violet Marble maybe not being Big Dome Island. This little bumplet? Likely... this little bumplet? I'm going to stop clicking so you can tell me which big grid to click. Okay. Oh, you can see this is Fisher. That is okay. We are permitted to not have great brains in this space. I mean, fucking look at me. Six hours ago in game, I was shouting, "I'm a genius" for solving the number puzzle. And look at us now. I still feel good about the number puzzle. Number puzzle is still one of the all-timers. Okay, so the two things that could be Dome. There's no way that's Dome. I'm pretty sure it's Hole. Because when you're at Dome, you can look up and see the sky. So Dome is Hole. And we love Hole. I need to make an emote that is just Hole in all caps. Hashtag we love Hole. Hashtag Hole lovers unite. Hashtag all Hole is good Hole. Happy Pride, everyone. Can I have a perspective on Dome where it's easy? The hole that what's his nuts got thrown into, the big meat hole. The meat hole, yes. What's his nuts with just a fuckload of dynamite? It's amazing how good at blowing shit up Gertrude got. Just a powerful old lady full of explosives. Dickie's barbecue hit Richard's meat hole. I don't need to be tabbing around to find these. The hole in the town that people would not see and just pile into. Oh, yeah, the other hole. There's a lot of holes in the Magnus Archives. Maybe that's why I like it. Dome sighted. All domes to be eliminated on site. Okay, so thankfully we're still on Map Island. So I can confirm something that... You're right, I am domicidal in that I'm going to destroy these fucking domes when I'm done here. If I ever see another dome again, it'll be too soon. Yeah, because I don't have Saudi money. Is that too soon? So, exactly, Jordan. You're right that there's an extra marble. We already know some pretty important facts about the marbles. Like, we're really close to having the marble solution. Okay, so this I want to copy over onto my page. Marble solution is our new wave band. So, square 1 is red because I'm actually... Yeah, the only thing I'm unsure of is the violet now. It's definitely red. Orange. Yellow. It's definitely Roy G. Biv. It's definitely Roy G. Biv because that's the order that the symbols were written in his journal. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. Yes, the indigo violet marker is broken. I know that, like, the violet... Like, the assumption it brings me to is... I don't know what assumption it brings me to. Like, Big Dome is the main assumption I make. Because surely in all of this staring at all of the islands, like comprehensively staring at the islands across all the maps, I would have seen if there was another dome. Unless it's hiding from the surface. I don't want to take that route back because of our state again. And really annoyingly, the absolute monster in me wants to say they could teach you the location of a secret dome by having it be the solution to this puzzle. If it's not the big dome, like, I'm so confident in the locations of the other 5 marbles. Good night, Egg. I will tell you what the marbles bring unto us, I promise. So, like, the obvious answer is it's the big dome. The not obvious answer is that it's a secret dome that I haven't discovered, and through picking up the violet marble, putting it down repeatedly, you can discover the location of a secret dome when it triggers the solution to the puzzle. That would be silly. That would be too silly. That would be too cute. I was so wrong on so many. It's kind of close on that one. That's what I think is the answer. And I'm so certain I'm at the center of Big Dome. I should have just written it in XY format. Pick up the marble. Domicidal song. Bonus track, lost my marbles. Big Dome is in this block. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. I'm not colorblind. I just passed a colorblind test. Okay. My logic is wrong. My logic is wrong, and I don't have to use all of the marbles. Well, I know that the tusk whale liked red, and I know that the red, I had written down, at some point in my life, I wrote down Map island equals red. It's a massive possibility space to try and brute force. Can I rack my brain to think of any colors that have been relevant to each island? Or Tetris shape correlations to the colors? On Map Island, the little extrusion maps. I'm fairly confident that Big Dome, each place we've seen the Tetris marks, they've not been all of that bluster. Oh, shit. Oh, I can do it from this place too. Well, now I just look silly. So the marbles represent the locations of the domes. Perhaps through visiting said domes, we can glean something about the color that is relevant. Let's leave our staircase up, actually. There's the little... Oh, God, it is the little viewfinder things? Stop double-clicking, idiot. I don't like the little viewfinder things. They're finicky. The viewfinder thingies being relevant are something I considered and then discarded because it's so hard to read, and now I'm regretting it. The viewfinder thingies have the color and the color symbols from the diary. Which, now that I said that out loud, is really quite obvious, huh? And that could be, in fact, that could be something that's randomized. I want to, though. You're right. And you should say it. Both when talking about Riven the sequel to Myst and not talking about Riven the sequel to Myst. Okay. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean you can't ignore it. What I say to many people about feelings that sound like dysphoria, I'm like, you can't just ignore that feeling. You gotta follow it and see where it takes you. Oh, also true. If one has an important relationship with someone and you're not liking them at that moment, or a responsibility to a person. Okay, so this can lead to island proper and that thing. Am I too sleepy to get to this fucking dome? I'm going that deep with it. I will always go that deep with it at 10:23 at night, local time. Okay. I want to be down there. No. No, I won't be putting Tide Pods in chocolate molds. I don't work on the molding line. I have a non-zero amount of time before I have to log off because of sleep. Okay, so I think that was just circle with a dot. It's an exciting new flavor. Okay, now we get to decode. It adds a nice basic tinge that contrasts nicely with the acid in the... So that's actually green. Just gonna sporadically click and eventually it'll work. Thank you. What am I making tomorrow? Blackcurrant puree. Sadly, nothing we make looks as tasty as Tide Pods. Okay, we're out here now. We've got to ascend. We've got to go to another island. We only have to visit 4 islands. Explosion. Hospital. Hey, no. Click on the door. Vertical line, I believe? Yeah. An explosion of flavor called Yum. Does it do a full enough cycle? Yeah, it does actually just show you when you input it correctly. I can make my life easier. Wonderful. Cool. Awesome. Wow. So the one we're not going to visit is Riven, because Riven's dome is behind the stupid whale. Actually, I guess this does take me to the whale. I have to ascend mapways. No, mapways. Take me to the top of the map island. Vertical question. I think she just has, like, red. How am I supposed to read this? I'm gonna go look at it while it's spinning, I guess. She just has, like, face reddening because I really like it when my characters have damaged skin. Horizontal line. It's like a common thread whenever I'm designing a character if I have the option to give them acne scars or rosacea. It used to be extremely true of me that I had quite bad skin health. Like, I just had lots of acne and really bad skin picking habits. I no longer have that experience. I still have bad skin picking, but it's usually if I have like a scab, unfortunately. I can't shut up the goblin in my brain that tells me to scratch at it, but because it used to be so focused on my face, I was like, well, let's represent this on characters I make. It'll be nice. I don't want to go there, but I must. We can actually ascend the fish really easily. The freebie is... There's a dome we can't reach anyways, so I need to travel up. I think she would find that stuff super interesting. Come on. Come on, Myst. Come on, Myst sequel. Mystquel. The, like, strong, I can never change this canon stuff for Layla for me is ties to Students of Baldessian. Wasn't at Isle of Val when it went poof. Feels really bad about Isle of Val going poof. Okay, where is Viewfinder? Give it to me. Said I didn't want to come here, and yet here we are. Oh, I didn't actually hit it. But it's vertical line in an iris. I would like to stop the orb, please. Thank you. Hashtag stop orbs 2026. Yeah, so this is a mystery. I want off Mr. Orb's wild ride. This is a mystery, and it hurts my theory about we reach there by going into Office World. I also have to write down what color that is. Red. So if we go to Office World and try and leave the book that goes to island number 5, will we be able to leave the orb if the orb is spinning? If Gen wanted me to call it something more respectful, he needed to give it a better name than... I translated the number at some point. 99. Wait a minute. You're telling me that it's world number 99? Wonder how many hours he spent there. I wonder how many persons are there. I wonder how many doors are present. Okay, so the easiest way to rotate this to access is like this. And by easiest, I mean I can do this until it's correct. Rip and tear until all is done. It's so unfair that there's no button in here. Unfair to me in particular. Okay. Green. The captain likes his wine green. Violet. The lock just isn't fixed to anything. That's somehow even more funny. Orange. Red. Order matters, maybe? It's like, it's really good. Oh, Stampy Stampy. I hope it's quite obvious when I get it correct. I'm now turning over the possibility in my head that I need to go to an orb to check against my 50-50. Extremely confident in this answer now. No longer confident in this answer. have myself thinking, oh, it's slightly different that time. I did it right, but I don't actually know. Oh, yeah, you're right. I haven't tested proper blue. So at this point, I did viewfinders wrong? That doesn't sound accurate. That doesn't seem possible. But it's indicating to me that I did viewfinders wrong. I could have... No, nothing was different. I could have red and yellow mixed up from my bad notes. Oh. It just doesn't indicate. So it's certainly correct to my map. Yeah, I'm pretty confident in my transcribing the colors. The... Because, like, the colors could be randomized, eh? Okay, if we know this is correct, then if the colors were randomized, the odds of some random LP being correct, but I am wrong, like the odds of it being this close are effectively zero. So what I'm gonna do, poke the grid. Uh, The thing I think I'm gonna do is try... Like, the thing that's supposed to happen is spinning the big dome, eh? Oh, for fuck's sake. Button. Button. Button? It did something. You saw that, right? Oh my god, you're still here. Julian, you said... Let me just check. 4.5 hours ago that I missed a lever and you were so right. It sucked up my marbles. It ate my marbles. You were right. And I've been punished for my hubris. I'm so certain that I had them in the right positions, though, and that I had the right colors. I can fathom being in the world where this solution is random. Okay, so I don't know which color did I just try? So it's either yellow or blue. And I'm not going to press anything. I'm going to keep my hand off of the escape button. We're going to snooze. The button did nothing. The button, they do nothing. That's kind of them. That if the button do nothing, it doesn't eat them. So following that through, now... I can go use one of the Office books. I can travel to the world of the hit British and American comedy series, The Office. The easiest to access dome is this island. Yeah, it like made a big noise and looked like it activated power. Like it shunted power somewhere is the vibe I'm getting. And now there is it's like lit up. And dome access is from downstairs here. If I press this button, it takes us to dome. Okay, while we're here, is there audio coming out at all? Okay, it's odd because it says that the levels of the audio should have been... Whatever, I'm not going to question objective reality. The audio is better now. I cranked it up a little last time it came up and did not confirm. It's a pretty quiet game anyways, so it's hard to tell for most of the audience. Thank you for letting me know. I'd rather not make my friends deaf. Okay. Open dome. I'm not gonna skip inputs. Because I'm pretty sure it's gonna act differently now. How fucked up would it be if this just kills me? Wow. Man, this place sucks. Oh, you went to the single book that kills you. No, I have the book that kills me. It's in my inventory, hanging from my bikini straps. So I am afraid. Oh, there's the half dome from his diary. So this is the perspective you get put to if you open the book, if you read the trap book. Speaking of which, hi again. I hope nobody... I said hi again. I hope nobody steals my sweet book. It would be really fucked up if somebody took my cool book and read it. Hey man, how's it going?
I apologize for the cage.
Do your goggles do anything?
I'm afraid this situation has often required of me a more primitive code of conduct than I might otherwise have chosen. I am Gen. I assume you've heard of me. Yes. Well, I suspect you have acquired some false information of who I am now.
Definitely false.
Not that my son would have lied to you about me. No, not Atris. It's just that, well, I'm sure he believes me to still be the depraved father I once was.
You're still pretty similar, dude.
I even tried to kill him once. God, if I had accomplished that, who knows what I would have become. A great father indeed, who tries to murder his own son.
Yeah, who does that?
Thankfully, he trapped me on age 5, a prison of my own creation. No books, no precious inks, no ages to link to, nothing but my own foolish ambitions. That was
The secret alternate path for Grand Moff
30
Tarkin.
years, 30 lifetimes.
Playing God for 30 years.
No sentence could be too harsh for the man I was. But I have changed.
See, the part of me that's against carceral justice
Sure, the deeds of my past can never be completely
is like,
atoned
yeah,
for.
the person
But
you
my
were 30
mission
years ago
was
isn't
an
the person you are
honorable
now. But this is also fictional. You hold
I'm
a-
sorry, this is all a bit awkward. It's been a long time since I've attempted to persuade anyone of my intentions. Most of the people here have already made their minds up about me one way or another. I myself
audio was
do
out of
not trust the words
a
of
different
most
ear
men,
for a second there.
so I don't expect you to believe me. In the end, though, you may discover that I do have more than mere words to offer.
What, are you going to offer me ages to myself? Are you going to offer me a Death Star?
Atris's choice of punishment has been hard on the people of Riven, and many have suffered because of it. The island has been steadily decaying for years, but according to my most recent measurements, it appears that the 5th age has entered its final days.
Yeah, no, that makes
Unless
sense.
the villagers can be relocated soon, the island will collapse entirely and everyone will perish.
Yeah, Atris and Katrin are trying to do stuff about that.
To do it, but it appears that finally I'll be able to make some substantial amends to my past transgressions, especially in, well,
In Denis.
I'm afraid I've had some trouble with Catherine and the moiety. In any society, there will always be a small percentage of the
Spoken
population
live
with
frog acid.
rebellious tendencies. Before Catherine appeared, the moiety, as they call themselves, had been relatively harmless.
Mostly harmless.
The natives here are a fairly violent people by nature, but I'd almost come to accept their presence.
Gan?
It seemed
Gan.
inevitable under the circumstances. Upon Catherine's return, however, their violence intensified considerably. It seems she's become some sort of religious savior to them. And as
You
far as I
can't
can
be
tell,
talking
she's
like
come
that,
to
Gan.
believe this herself. So I've had no alternative. I had to separate her from her people. I must admit, though, that my concerns were not entirely for her safety alone.
I want the frog
actions of
pipe to
Catherine and the
also be
moiety have put
frog-shaped.
my own life at risk on numerous occasions. Consequently, the lives of all the people here. Therefore, I must ask you to refrain from any attempt to free her. Although I'm sure Atreus desires it. Indeed, he must desire it with all his heart. But he is completely unaware of her recent state. Which brings me to the point of all of this. The linking book you brought with you. You're very fortunate to have recovered it.
Yeah, it's really normal.
If I may.
It's a really normal linking book.
Thank you.
You sure you haven't forgotten to read after all these years? Surely you can't decode it that fast, man. Right? Please? I need this. I need this man's god complex put away. I don't care about your nonsense, Gen.
Perhaps it would be best if you went through first.
Oh. I'm gonna melt into a fucking puddle. Why wasn't I able to save? I knew it was a I knew it was a trap. I was aware that it was a trap. I was trying to save state. Because there is a save state button. Control S that I know now. Say start saved game. You fucked up. Save. Like, using the book cannot be the right answer. I just don't know what he says about it. It's fine. We can get back there pretty quickly. Because I have the trap book in my inventory still. This save might also be in a state. Yeah, it's in the state where I hadn't flipped the switches yet. We only moderately fucked up. It's fine. It's fine. I only wasted 4 hours of time. That's not true. A lot of this was actually puzzling after a point. An embarrassing amount of this was I didn't know where the puzzle was, but... These games are hard. They melt your brain. Some days you just miss the solution to your puzzles, and it's okay. Yeah, it's easy to miss when you're clicking around so much, and it's doubly easy to miss when you are playing it over the course of a month instead of the intended gameplay, which is like, if you were playing it like a couple of nights over a weekend, or like even just within a week. I have made this way more difficult upon myself. But also, it's more difficult, but I have the advantage of people. I fixed the marbles, yeah. Thankfully, the save state I had was really close to here. So I suspect I was thinking about clicking the book. I suspect if I hit escape, it'll take me to the open book.
Which brings me to the point of all of this. The linking book you brought with you.
Nice.
You're very
Here we go.
fortunate to have recovered it. If I may.
How rigid of a save state is it?
Thank you.
You can't save state in cutscene. Like, it's definitely another bad end. We know what's in the book. Yeah, the only reason I saw the ending of Myst as a kid was, like, playing it with my brother. I was not very useful at trying to solve it, clearly, given how little of the puzzle solutions I remembered. No, the ad's gonna run. Fuck. I tried so hard to make the ad not run during the climactic cutscene. I can see it. Ad starts in 3, 2, 1.
Perhaps it would be best if you went through first.
No, again, I'm not stupid. I am stupid, but I'm not stupid.
You may need some time to decide. That is reasonable. Until then, As a token of my good intentions, I will allow you free access to my linking books, cruel though they may be, and to the rest of the Fifth Age. Please understand, there is nothing I want more than a chance to resolve matters between Atris and myself, especially in light of what has become of Catherine. But unless you are willing to demonstrate to me that your intentions are honorable, I cannot risk it. The sanctuary I've been writing for the Islanders is nearly complete. After all these years, it would be a shame if I were unable to finish it.
We have a sanctuary for them. We just need you out of the way.
The work I am doing is quite demanding. Please don't signal me unless you've decided to use the book. The switch will reset itself once you link from here.
So, like, narratively speaking, they're setting up the Sirius and Akinar thing again. Secret Dome. I'm so tempted to open the Secret Dome. I want to go to Secret Dome. But it's 11:05 at night. The number on the book sleeve doesn't make a huge amount of sense. Because it says, like, 5 for sure, but it also says 1. 1. 1. Like in tiny text under it. Okay. Yeah, like I liked the vibes of Myst as a child. I liked the idea of it, but I couldn't like really appreciate it and like it. I love these as an adult. I love 999. I love this shit. I don't know if I would have been able to push through if I was playing this alone. I think I would have looked it up way earlier. I was at my wit's end. You did great. Honestly, I don't think I like it. I was close to just looking up the answer, so this was better. This was better than what I was gonna do. We're gonna save. End of Sunday, June 2. That's all for today. Thank you guys for sticking out for all of that, for the hour and a half longer than I expected. I don't know my schedule well enough, so I can't promise when the next day is going to be, other than definitely Tuesday, hopefully before then, if we can. I hope everybody has a great night. I hope everybody has a good week. And we will see you online and around. Have a good one. Bye-bye.